Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. I hope you've had a good week. We are back in Cerulea, Menelambir, more specifically on the southern bastion of Quenya Nelde. Last session, the party fought their way through this incursion of Mariliths and serpentine cultists to find themselves holed up in this kind of war room, kind of come sheriff's building, where a few civilians were taking refuge from these strange goings on. The party really have barely begun to collect their the spoils of their fight. Haven't really been able to discern much of the bigger picture yet, that whatever is happening in Menelambir. But with Anazi Bremini, they seem to have an ally that, at least for now, is willing to offer them shelter. The party set about collecting things, talking to people, draining excessive amounts of Marilith blood, and even rescuing some horses in the middle of searching for components. Remind me, guys, was it powdered ruby or diamond? I think it was a diamond, wasn't it?
I think it was ruby.
Was it ruby?
Ruby, yeah.
Yeah, ruby. Cool. No sooner had the evening begun to set in when at the bastion of Quenynelde, a returning paladin, Sir Aloran Faizana, returned to Anazi Bremini with 3 prisoners in tow, chained together on a line connected at the neck. Gilchrist, or at least somebody who looks just like him. Jacob, or at least the Jacob you remember. And an unseen or unknown individual, elven looking. The end of the last session, Sir Aloran brought them into, brought them towards the bastion, and we'll pick up the session with Sir Aloran reporting in. Nain made herself scarce, but the rest of you would see this arrival. And as I described Sir Aloran, he's think of him as like a traditional knight in every sense. Silver armor, bright coloured heraldry. Even though they're an elf, they're of considerable stature, broader shoulders than you might think, given the big pauldrons worn across the shoulders. He dismounts from his horse, who looks more than a tad exhausted. Who goes to meet him out front?
Nope.
I can approach him, but could I be more in tow with a Nazi? I feel like someone like that should greet them, but I'd want to be there.
Yeah. Sir Lauren announces his arrival and asks one of the civilians to go and sequester her. If you were around the building at that time, you'd notice a distinct shift in Anazi's kind of approach. She rushes out uncharacteristically to meet him, and when her eyes meet a Lauren, there is, well, whoever's there can do me an insight check if you want.
I'll give it a try.
Is it just red?
Oh, 7.
You would be out the front nearby, I think, Tilly.
Yeah, you said you I can sort of pause my ritual thing. So yeah, I noticing Jacob, she definitely come closer. So her insight's 15.
Taking a break from this agate infused tree ritual, you to kind of dust off your hands and head back to see what the commotion is about. With a 15 insight, you notice a triumphant smile rest across the face of Sir Aloran, and Anazi look relieved to the point where she definitely knows Aloran very personally. These people have a close relationship of some kind.
Okay, cool.
As he kind of steps up, he's still holding the chain, and he approaches Anazi and says, "My lady, I'm sorry that I couldn't return sooner. I'm afraid our two friends were not as lucky as I was. I do not return empty-handed, though. I managed to apprehend some conspirators." And at that point, he turns around and Gilchrist pipes up. "We're no conspirators." And Aloran yanks on the chain, and Gilchrist goes face down in the dirt. "Silence. You'll only speak when directly addressed." All three of them shut up. You can see Tilly with your insight check as you approach more closely. Jacob hasn't noticed you, but he's kind of like mumbling to himself. It's as if he's kind of disassociating. Doesn't really seem to realize where he is or really perceiving anything that's going on. The individual that's chained between them has a hood that's resting over this collar, and the hood is like bunched up, partially obscuring the person's face. They have long hair over the top. They remain completely silent and not wanting to make eye contact. Anazi says, "Sir Aloran, it is with much gratitude that I see you return. Please, we've dealt with much in your absence. We should secure the prisoners in the basement. Who knows what spies may be watching." And says, "Very well. To your feet, scum." And he yanks the chain once more. And marching past you, Red, these Sir Elorin yanks these prisoners. Jacob looks up and catches your eye. He obviously doesn't recognize you, but there is a look of real desperation as he's marched through the door.
Can I, as they're approaching and coming up to me, the last I remember of Jacob is he was kind of, his mood had like totally changed. Maybe he was overtaken by some magic. He had this sword and stuff. So I'm going to cast Detect Magic, and I'm going to be looking out to see if he seems to be under any similar effect still, or maybe he's had a spell cast on him that's making him looks like he's disassociating.
When you cast a spell, you don't sense any magical spell that Jacob is under.
Okay.
But just out of your reach, you get the faintest hint of illusion magic.
On Jacob specifically?
No. Because it's a 30-foot radius thing, is there? Or it's within 30 feet?
Within 30 feet, yeah.
So there's a more distant presence of illusion magic that just fades as Jacob is yanked away. Jacob is at the back of the line.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, if Mia is close by, well, I'll mention it to Tilly, I'll mention it to all you guys. I give like a quick warning. There's like, just as they're trailing off, I'm like, there's some illusion going on there. Some illusion. I'm actually probably going to be a bit agitated. I'll maybe just try and speed up to where they're going into the building.
I will take you to the building a little bit more so you can see how I imagine it.
Right, that was Jacob?
Yeah. It was.
And Gilchrist?
He's dead. He's dead.
Hey, yeah.
Is that the illusion?
I'm just at this point be kind of running ahead. I'm going to try to get them to stop the, escorting. Stop the escort.
You will say Anazi, and can you see this map now, everyone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
great.
So these three. I hope you can't see any name tags on these, can you? These three here?
I can see Jacob.
Only Jacob.
Only Jacob. Okay, that's good. Jacob was at the back. Gilchrist is at the front. And this is Elorin. He would be at the front as well. Red, you're following on. What you would see is Sir Elorin go into this side room and pull a notch on a bookcase that would slide open to a secret basement below. Are you intervening?
I'm maybe just kind of chasing, asking them, trying to get the attention of a guard. I'll ask if I get hold of someone. I ask them like, have you made proper checks for magic? There could be an illusion on here.
You're closest to Rena.
Yeah, Rena. I'll definitely alert her.
Rena like grimaces, and she says, "I admire your caution, but Sir Elorin can handle himself. I wouldn't worry." And she kind of shrugs as if Sir Elorin outranks her considerably.
Yeah. Well, okay, maybe it's just the dead man walking that we just saw go into there. I'll just throw up my hands like.
They get led below, and Sir Elorin goes with them. and you are alone with Anazi and everybody else momentarily.
My lady, we know two of them. You're prisoners. We know them quite well. One of them used to be is still our friend, and the other not so much. They both hail from Last Hollow.
Last Hollow? What are they doing all the way out here?
Yeah, the scrawny one. Jacob Lacheria.
Wait. And Anazi looks towards Mia. Mia and Anazi spent time talking about Jacob on the boat.
That's him. What is he wanted for?
Well, I didn't realize he was. There's a lot of administration documents over there. Please go and check it out.
I will. I'll go first to the wanted posters that I saw on the wall earlier and see if there's anything on them.
You go straight over to the wanted posters, and both Gilchrist and Jacob were wanted for crimes of hemocraft and insurgency against the crown.
Okay.
Gilchrist added conspiracy to commit murder against a highborn or noble person.
Are these dated, these posters?
They're not dated. However, the parchment is fairly well aged. You would think that these are over a year old, or both of them.
Okay. And other paperwork that she pointed me to, can I have a look for that?
Make an investigation check.
$19.
With a 19. Bear with me 1 second. Let's get to my folders. Here we go. With that investigation check, you see there's a lot of stuff, and it's not particularly well organized. It looks as though the chaos of having to use this place like far beyond its intended function has made the organization kind of way out of whack. But with a 19, you see a few like newspaper cuttings of the developments at Last Hollow. You see a kind of really anti-settler news article written in Elvish. Do you read Elvish?
One moment. Yes, I do.
Well, then you can see then that there's an article mourning the death of Jadena Savori and blaming the Chamberlain for letting adventurers and cultists run amok in Last Hollow.
Oh.
You also see decrees from various noble houses that are basically politically and publicly decrying the use of Hemocraft. And one thing sticks out. A resolution that was passed in Arantha law to elect Hysis Hololana, the head of the Vade Mecum Library, to conduct a full investigation as to the source of Hemocraft in Menelambir. As one of the most trusted and informed, learned peoples on the continent, she was voted by all the other noble houses to take on this responsibility of kind of rooting out the source of this Hemocraft scourge. And it looks as though at one point with a 19, you find that Jacob handed himself in.
At one point, not recently.
Not recently, no. It made waves. The prodigal son of Last Hollow returns to Menelambir, the home of his ancestors, and admits to his crimes.
That's not the Jacob we know and love. Okay. I will wander back to Red, who I guess is still talking to Rena. Or Nazi.
Sure, yeah.
Anazi says to you, Red, and addresses me and everybody, Tilly, and basically says, if one of those prisoners is a relative of mine, I don't feel that I could be objective in my investigation. I gather that he's your friend. You may be able to suss out his motives better than I. But if he is aligned with the serpentine scourge that we slew to keep these people safe, then I may have to reconsider our alliance.
He wasn't when we last saw him.
No, he was very much against it. He helped us fight it. He discovered what was happening in his home, where every part of it was infiltrated. But that was the Savoris. That was not Jacob.
The Savoris have always been social climbers. They don't come from money, but they seem to acquire it hand over fist, dealing with places like Last Hollow for many years. It's a shame. They have a bad track record of investment. Some people thought they were just unlucky. But their name keeps propping up when things go wrong, especially with all of this Hemocraft malarkey. And she kind of looks towards Tisha.
Yeah.
And you can see her linger on some thoughts about what she's seen and the nobility connection, and just refuses to kind of indulge that thought for a moment.
And Tisha just looks away.
I just interject and just be like, regardless of what genre of magic someone uses to their own ends, I'm sure it's their political affiliations and intentions that really matter here. I just don't understand under what circumstances Jacob was captured. Was he in a standing army or raid of serpentine creatures?
What were you able to find, my Genasi friend?
Looks as though it's very disorganized, but it looks as though Gilcrest was blamed for the death of Jadena because he allowed in adventurers and cultists to run around Last Hollow. It looks like Jacob handed himself in at one point. They're wanted for insurgency against the crown and crimes of hemocraft. It's just not the Jacob we know. It could be the Gilcrest we know, but he's dead.
Most definitely. I made sure of that.
Could he not be dead?
I mean, anything's possible. Mir raises people who are dead for months or years or whatever, and so it's not impossible. However, what you said about this, I think we might be missing the context of these documents, whether they've been raised by someone who's on the outside of this plot or on the inside. Does that sound like something the Saruk inside the Elven society would have leached out to get rid of the enemies of the conspiracy? Or is it the legitimate sources that are just being, shown that conspiracy exists, but they only see it from a very surface level, like what Gilchrist done?
Well, even from what you said, Gilchrist is a scapegoat, regardless of whether the claims are valid or not. Not blaming him for killing Jadena. It just seems like whatever's gone on over there, they've brushed over it and found someone to blame. I just don't understand where it fits in that the two of them show up in Last Hollow again and then own up to some crimes they didn't commit.
Yeah,
who is this is also half above the table. Who's running the show in Last Hollow now?
As Ellie. Jacob left her in charge as the new
Eleonora.
Yeah, he would go back for her.
Yeah, and then he left, and then he had this whole thing with the sword. But I mean, we left a right mess in Last Hollow. Jadena was dead, and we killed like so many of these snake people.
You think maybe Jacob owned up to something that he didn't do to save someone else from being put on the chopping block, like Ellie?
I don't know.
Did you see him kind of muttering?
Yeah,
he didn't seem like he was himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to speak
under the control. Who was the third person?
I don't know, but I don't. It didn't seem like Jacob had a spell cast on him. I didn't sense any enchantment, but there was definitely some illusion trailing off with them down there into behind that bookcase.
I mean, it might not be magical. He might have just snapped. Psychological is a thing.
Gilchrist certainly was putting a lot of pressure on him. But
I mean, they escaped together. Remember that time? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should ask to talk to them.
Definitely.
Like Nazi says, we know them best, or we certainly know Jacob best.
Definitely. There's just a question of how do we do this? Do we ask to speak to them individually, starting with Jacob, so that they can't influence each other on when we talk to them?
Sounds like a good idea, but before we do any of that, maybe we should speak to Lauren first.
Sarah Lauren.
Yeah, just to understand like what happened. How did he pick these guys up?
Mhm.
So you want to speak to Sir Elorin?
Mhm.
Okay. Anazi says, I'm sure Sir Elorin will assist with your investigation. I don't imagine he'll be spending very long with them in the basement. In fact, you hear the handsome middle-aged elf, and for middle-aged, we're talking 650 years old, kind of strolls through. He looks like he's been through it. He looks dirty, sweaty, but he doesn't appear tired. He kind of beckons Rena over. Squire! Sir. And Rena begins dutifully undoing his pauldrons, taking off his armor. Which I'll just, I guess, move my tokens over here. Elorin, after a few minutes, comes through. Like I say, kind of sweaty and drenched. He looks straight at all of you. It's been a long day. Judging from the sight of the chaos out there, you've seen more than your fair share of violence today. I thank you for protecting my lady. Anazi is a capable warrior and a noble judge of character. If she welcomes you here, then I'll do what I can to assist you. For now, I'm going to take a bath.
But before you do,
1 minute of your time.
we're hoping to interview the prisoners, but there's a lot going on here. I don't want to unwrap the whole thing before you go and get washed up, but under what circumstances did you capture them? They were fighting against you? They were with a contingent of Saruk?
I rode west. We'd heard rumors of people going missing, violence, disorder. Hold on. My company and I sought to investigate. Lady Thalindra and Eldrin. The three of us are a venturing party that is grown quite long in the tooth, shall I say. Been a while since we'd seen action. But our younger colleagues at Quenya Canto may have been able to assist us into a joint venture of trying to root out this troubling set of incidences that are going on in the green woods around Arenthalor. It's our duty here. People at the different forts, Quenya Nelde, Quenya Kenya, Quenya Atta, even as far north as Quenya Mine, we are lawkeepers. However, when my party and I happened upon Quenya Kenya, Quenya Kanta, it was a massacre. I found not many still alive. The 3 that I brought, I mean, make a persuasion check, Red. See how forthcoming he is to you.
23.
The 23. The 3 that I brought were in the room when my colleagues fell. Eldrin, a noble spellcaster, was a devout opponent of Hemocraft. A battle ensued with these snake-like monsters, and Eldrin ran into the fort at Quenya. When I made my own way in to assist him, I found him lying there. I found one of the 3 chained up. I found 2 of the others standing over Eldrin's body. We'd been there for a few days. All 3 of us, Thalindra, Eldrin, and myself, capable warriors. We didn't always stick together. Our investigation took us in many different directions. I just wish Eldrin had reported back sooner and not tried to take those 3 on his own. I subdued 2 of them and chained them together with their prisoner and brought them back here for questioning once the rest of the battle had quietened. I found on one of them, the one at the front, a considerable sum of money, a decree from the Chamberlain of Last Hollow, exonerating him of his crimes, but the mumbling one at the back was holding a black blade, and a wound that it had made in Eldrin's heart was unmistakable. He goes back to his horse and after he re-emerges a couple of minutes later with a long sword wrapped in rags, and he throws it down
Just
onto the coffee table.
be careful with it. It needs to go somewhere safe and out of harm's way.
This is not the first time I've handled a sharp object, my dear.
I know, but it's not just sharp. Just to check. So of the 3, Jacob was at the back. This is like a question for the DM. Jacob was at the back. Who was at the front?
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist. And then the one in the middle, their prisoner.
It looked that way.
Okay, was the mysterious one that we've not really
The
seen.
mysterious one was the one that was chained up in
Yeah.
his account. Okay, yeah, okay.
I don't know how long the three of them were in cahoots, or whether the two of them had enslaved the other, but they all seemed to share that same snide look, serpentine eyes, protruding fangs. I could tell by the smell of them. These are not elven people. Will there be anything else? If you require my assistance in any kind of interrogation, I'd be more than happy to oblige. After I have a chance to wash up.
Do you mind if we talk to them without you there?
I'm a lawmaker. I'd prefer to be present. However, I'd rather let them stew for a while in the basement, rather not look at them. Ugh.
Did they say anything when you captured them?
After I disarmed if I disarmed the one holding the black sword, I wasted no time in subduing them. The one at the front decided to recount his many titles in an effort to persuade me for mercy. But if he is who he says he is, then he stood there, an accomplice to the murder of my dearest friend. We'll get to the bottom of this, I'm sure.
Were there any when Eldrin ran ahead?
Eldrin.
It was only those three combatants. Were there a battle had taken place? Were there Marilis? Were there snake creatures? Any of them still present?
Quenya Kante was overrun. All three of us had our hands full. We battled for the best part of a day and a half, reconvening only to ensure that we were all safe. We took down as many as we could. But after Eldrin died, and I lost contact with Thalindra, I decided the best thing to do would be to bring these three back. Who knows? Thalindra may still be out there.
And the three prisoners, they were friendly or non-combative with any Saruk creatures?
I didn't see. But to be that deep in Quenya Kante, they couldn't have snuck in.
Yeah. I'll pray that we find Thalindra.
Your prayers are gratefully appreciated.
We're very sorry for the loss of your friend.
Eldrin always was a risk taker. But if I was going to lose one of my friends, then Eldrin would be my last choice. And he kind of nods to himself and then heads to the bathroom.
That's like a horrible thing to say, right? Have a rank of your friends based on who do you wish to die least or likely. That's not. I don't know. I know. I understand the feeling.
Well, actually,
behind what he said, but it just odd. Anyway,
May have had hidden romantic feelings that they just weren't willing to communicate before he ultimately met his demise. That's what I'm reading here. That's what I see here.
well, actually, is Anazi around, just close by, or
She's out of earshot.
yeah. So, actually, I saw Anazi and him share a look
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, I don't know. Anywho, we need to speak to Jacob, right? We have to do that to all of them, really,
Mhm.
but Jacob most of all. We might need some magic to get him back. I still got
Freddy walks in at this point. Somebody say magic?
magic. Hello.
Mhm.
Some restorative magic. I don't think you ever dabbled. But
He
yeah.
kind of like waves you off and then
We should.
glances towards Tisha. Are you okay?
Yeah. Why? Yeah, I'm fine.
That, a big knight just walked in to the room and started taking his clothes off, so I came out of the bathroom.
Whoa! Seriously?
Are you okay?
That's what's going on, Freddy. That's a bit insecure. I was gonna say that, but
I mean, I'm fine, obviously. It's just weird. I wasn't intimidated or anything.
until he rides a comet for Tisha, I think you're safe.
Well,
Good point. Wait, does Tisha know that yet? She doesn't know that yet. Right?
if you look quizzically, Freddy will kind of like try and downplay it.
Later.
Yeah.
That's for my memoirs. How I rode the comet.
Skateboarding asteroids, the Freddy story.
The Freddy story.
What are you talking about?
How I rode the star. My star.
DM question for Tisha's where she's been. Have Gilchrist or Jacob, have their names been used in anything she's heard, or imagine she's been trapped for a while? So anything before that? Anything?
Never, but I want you to make a history check.
Nice.
Or with a 22. You did hear Denevere and Ilhan, your grandparents, talk fairly often about Hysis Holalana.
Okay.
Um,
Meckham
Indeed.
person. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they with hate in their voice, or
Or with a pride and there's an in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah.
She's going to do an investigation.
Yeah.
Inside on her memory.
I
Or she's on
mean,
their
she was
side.
going through a lot. She just recognizes
Yeah.
the name. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That she's definitely heavily involved,
Mm.
as we kind of knew.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
which side we don't know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, we'll leave it there
Mhm.
before, I guess, the reunion with Jacob.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'll see you all in 20 minutes or so.
All right.
See you later.
See you soon.
Bye. Welcome back. With the trio of prisoners secured in the basement and some initial questioning of Iloran and some looking about of papers, the party's next move awaits them. What will it be, guys?
Oh, we gotta talk to them, right?
Should we split up?
And have free conversation at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting. I think it might be. I think it might be a good idea for you not to talk to Gilchrist. Not to be the one to. Not to be the one to. Do that particular questioning. Maybe someone less charged. And then we've got our mysterious friend as well. Yeah. I could speak to Gilchrist. Who wants to take Jacob? Who wants to take the mysterious man?
Red, what do you think?
Yeah, I guess I'll. Or maybe I should actually talk to Jacob because he doesn't recognize me. He knows everyone
Interesting.
else.
Oh, and you can unsettle him with some
Knowledge.
tidbits of the
Yeah.
knowledge that he won't know how you have it. You know what I mean?
Gonna screw his brain a little
Don't-
bit more.
Don't screw his brain. I think maybe Mir should be there in case he needs like greater restoration or some stuff.
Shall Tisha and Freddie take
The mysterious man.
mysterious man?
Yeah. Why not? If it does turn out to be Sasetsu, just chill
Let's
out.
just see what the vibes are. Yeah.
Yeah, see what the vibes are. Cool. And then we can swap
we
and
can't
do
hear you, Dan.
bad cop.
So let's just make that decision then. So Tisha and Freddie are taking the mysterious stranger. Red is taking Jacob.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to.
Red and Mir are taking Jacob, and Tilly's taking Gilchrist.
Me and my invisible imp. Yeah, I'm going to question Gilchrist.
Okay. Question is then, who wants to go first?
Should we roll for it?
Yeah, let's do rollies.
Rollies.
20?
Yeah, just John, Lucas, and Lucy.
All right, I guess I win.
Okay. So Tilly is going down to see Gilchrist. Do you want them separated? That was your suggestion.
I think so, yeah.
Then
Yeah.
Rena would come down with you and extricate one of them. Just not kind of like unlink their collar to the chain, but keep them collared and handcuffed, if you like. So there's collar around the neck, which has a chain that goes to some manacles, and another loop which would go on the kind of link chain. So they would. Rena takes Tilly down to the basement and unlinks Gilchrist, the foremost prisoner, and brings them up to Tilly. We'll say that this happens. We move these random people out of the kind of drawing room and march them across the way. Rena would stand guard outside. Tilly and Gilchrist in here. Okay. So Rena just says to you as you go in, Tilly, I don't suppose that one will pose a problem, but if you need anything, I'm right outside.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. You see before you the dirty, dishevelled Gilchrist, who looks frustrated and angry. They regard you silently, scornfully, as you walk in, Tilly.
Is there chairs in the room?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll offer him one. It looks like you could use a sit. You okay? You hungry? You hurt?
Make a persuasion check. Finally, we've been on the road for a couple of days, and that ignorant knight hadn't the courtesy to offer us more than scraps.
Sure. Yeah. No. Look. Sit down. Here's some water, and I know it doesn't look much, but take this berry. It will make you feel a lot better. I promise. You can
He
trust me.
looks at you and looks at the berry, looks at the water, scoffs, and just eats it. And he's chewing it for an unexpectedly long time.
Yeah. Obviously, immediately feels completely full on his stomach. Sir Gilchrist, do you remember me?
Of course I remember you. That irritatingly good-natured halfling from back in Last Hollow.
Good description. I mean, what's remind me, what was our last meeting together like? It's been quite a while, right?
Well, after you and your Star Seekers found your way into the upper echelons of Last Hollow, you clearly pursued your twisting of Jacob's mind and sought to depose me and Jadena and all of the progress that we'd made.
Progress.
Progress.
I'll keep the awkward silence, just looking at him, trying to fish out more.
Don't think I've forgotten.
About what?
That murderous Genasi friend of yours.
Mir. What do you mean?
One tends not to forget. The person who wrenched their thread onto the ethereal plane. Twice.
Okay. What you know you're in sort of big trouble right now with these people. They caught you over a body of someone very important to them. You want to tell me what happened?
Jacob and I arrived at Quenya Nelde for processing. However, it turns out that the outfit, in Quenycante was not fit for purpose. The whole place was overrun. I'd managed to free myself and Jacob from our bonds. Some of our fellow prisoners were not so lucky. And then this haughty spellcaster barged his way in and attempted to execute us. Jacob, defending himself and me, slew the interloper. And we're just about to make our way to freedom when that haughty paladin subdued us. Unfortunately, Jacob's skill with a sword leaves a lot to be desired. That particular sword, far too long and heavy for him.
I do seem to recall he has been unhappy with it. I do need to ask, you said Quenya has been overrun by what exactly?
Well, the crimes that Jacob and I were accused of seemed to be based around some prejudice against Hemocraft. And in the courts, we were labelled as enemies of the state, prime conspirators. However, if Quenycante fell to some insurgents while Jacob and I were in captivity, how could we have been responsible?
Insurgents, you say? Were these the kind with long snake tails and fangs?
I just do what I always have done, which is what my superiors have asked, what the Savori family name demands, or what Jadena would have wanted.
So there's only one problem with this, obviously. You went ahead. You went against Jadena there at the end. You and Jacob both escaped the palace together because she was trying to kill you, because that woman, who is actually a Suruk impersonator, was, before we dispatched her, she tried to kill you.
Indeed. She lost faith in me at the end. And thankfully, when you destroyed her, you created a vacuum. One that, even from the afterlife, I've only been too happy to fill.
Okay, how are you alive? Exactly.
Oh, don't ask me. I couldn't very well resurrect myself. I think your
you just
friend
appeared.
would be able to answer more on that line of questioning.
Right. Okay. So to dispense with the facade, you're still deep in the plan, right? You're still helping to bring him back, right?
You are speaking as though I am a linchpin, a facilitator. You and I, Tilly, we're just pawns in a game being played on a board much bigger than ourselves.
Okay, I can see that point of view. I also would like you to tell me who are the big pieces on your side and where they are now.
Just make a perception check, Tilly. With a 29, you see Gilchrist almost subconsciously like rub his chest. The roots of the tree that you wish to cut down run deep. Much deeper than you or I, who are mere budlings poking beneath the surface. This tree has been growing for centuries, a millennia. And so you'll find the oldest and wisest of us are the ones who set this in motion. I'm but a century old. I was born into it, conditioned into it. It is my birthright. And if you kill me, I'll just come back. Because, let's face it, Tilly, I'm on the inside and you're on the outside.
Yeah, I can see that, and you have nothing to worry about. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not even going to hurt you even a little. But
you hear in your mind, I dearly wish you would.
is that my imp?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, in my mind it says shut up. And then I'm gonna just smile and slowly start rummaging in my sack to pull out the huge book and put it on the table and look at Gilchrist and say, you know, one thing about me you should know. You should not mistake my peaceful and loving nature for naivety, because I want to know what's in your soul, and I will know. And I open the book and I use the ability of soul trade. I want to analyze this Gilchrist or whoever the fuck it is, soul, and weigh it up.
Okay, so that you, by looking at the accounting and valuation of all things, you deign to gain the thing that Gilchrist would give up his soul to get.
Yeah, and based on that information, hopefully glean more information. If it's inconsistent, maybe this isn't Gilchrist, maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I would like to deduce.
You want to make a Wizzy save?
22.
Wouldn't you know?
They roll a crit or something.
Mm-hmm.
Little bastard.
Hey, it's not my fault.
Yeah,
I'll just put it in the chat just because it would seem very convenient.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just about. Wow, he rolled a 19.
Mm.
Dick.
Mm.
He as you skim through the pages, you look up Gilchrist's name, which is like magically in there, and he kind of smirks. There's nothing next to it. Not yet.
Okay. That's fine. That's how you want to that's how you want to play it. I don't believe you. I don't believe in what you represent. I don't believe in your goals. I don't believe in this facade of poor noble born into life that he didn't have a choice. Everybody has a choice. Everyone does. You should make different ones, better ones, Gilchrist. And you were faced with consequences. Sure, you might be back. But those consequences, trust me, they're just around the corner. And I leave.
As you go and pass Rena, she like touches you on the shoulder. Everything okay?
Yeah, put him back down there. Keep a good eye on him. He's a slippery one.
Very well. Rena goes and escorts Gilchrist down. Do you want to reconvene with the others before the next questioning begins?
Yeah, I think so. And I will tell them. I'll tell everything. Say that I wanted to use this book because that could have given me a glimpse. I still don't trust him. He sounds somewhat like Gilchrist, but also not. He's
What?
I don't know. It's hard to explain. But he did not deny where he was sitting on which side of the fence. He was quite clear about that.
Yeah, it sounds like he made it out to be he's all in. Like he's really.
Yeah, if he
He
had
didn't shy
some
away from
problems
it.
with Jadena before, and then either he was somehow changed, his mind was changed, or that's not his mind at all.
Maybe.
I think we can have another crack at him after we speak to the others. So I need to get back to my tree for now because I feel dirty. I need some nature. I need some nature cleaning.
You're going to go back and carry on with your ritual?
Yeah, I'll come back when there's like group scenes, but in the meantime I'll be nipping out. Yeah.
Okay. Freddie says to you, Tisha, I guess interrogation isn't my strong point, but I'll be there with you, Tisha, if we're going to find out who this mystery person is.
Freddie, I think we both have an idea who it might be, right? Have you thought about it? Or have you not thought about it? You'd have thought about it.
It's just a guy. I don't. It'd be. You think this is of someone of importance?
Well, if I go down there, somebody I don't know, we're expecting to find Suzetsu on the journey at some point. If I go down there and I go all googly-eyed, you just take me out that room. You say, all right, we're not doing this interrogation. Or you take over.
Okay.
Just in case. Just,
I mean, that would be highly coincidental. Which would also, which might mean that Sir Aloran maybe, it can't be. Until Freddie kind of goes through the
don't
possibilities.
Whatever we don't be stressed, Freddie. Also, don't worry as well. We're okay. I'm just putting it out there as a possibility, and we'd be stupid not to think about it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go find out who it is.
So, Rena goes down and brings the middle prisoner in with Tisha. Put my in on the door, and where's Freddie? There we go. Freddie's still not in great condition. So, Rena brings him up, and they make no noise. They march in obedient, and they stand next to a chair as you and Freddie walk in.
Okay. You can sit down if you want to.
I'm grateful.
Well, Tisha goes and sits down too.
Freddie stands behind Tisha.
So we understand that. I mean, we've got some questions to ask. Trying to find out what happened. Potentially you were chained up on a wall. Is that right?
I am a refugee.
Okay.
I was brought to the Green Peninsula by elven forces. What I saw in Quanyacante did not ease my mind. The horrors at that bastion were similar to the ones I had escaped from. This world. Such a violent place. You see now this elf. Kind of got centre-parted dark hair. For an elf, they look not much. Maybe. Not much older than Jacob. Similar age to Gilchrist. But this one has a sternness and a resolution that both Jacob and Gilchrist lack.
Are you I appreciate you're probably not wanting to give. Well, I don't know. Can you share your name?
If you'll share yours.
Okay. I'm Tisha. And this is Freddie.
Tisha. It's an unusual name for an elf.
The shortened version of a name.
Ah. Despite that, you wear it well.
Thanks.
Freddie puts his hand on the back of your shoulder.
What's your name?
I'm Zetsu.
Okay.
I am from Zashala.
Shada. Many questions. Freddie, do you want to ask anything?
You said you're a refugee. Is that a euphemism? Huh. The Shallow is a mess. Has been for 30 years. Never really recovered from the settlement wars. Of which you could say I'm a veteran. However, some wars are only suitable to be fought in the shadows. My kin came to Zashala under the guise of a rescue. My brethren and I boarded their ships and returned to the Green Peninsula. But we were not granted the freedom we sought. We were stifled. We were a secret. A war that could not spill over into the rest of Cerulea. And thus, we were enslaved. Denied the right to live where we choose. Only to dig further beneath the bowels of their cursed library.
Whose cursed library?
The matron of the Vade Mecum, Isis.
You said
She digs to unearth power that she knows not how to wield.
I mean, this is a lot. Where? So many questions. So, when did you get captured? Time-wise.
He kind of like looks up. This will be my 10th year in Menelambia.
And all this time underneath the Vade Mecum?
It seems as though that is where I've spent the majority of this time. Until recently, where my brethren and I were dispatched. Seems as though we'd either exhausted Hololana's curiosity and outstayed our welcome, or she found what she was looking for.
And you escaped that bit? She let you go?
We were transported to Quenyacante. I assumed she was sending us back to Zashala. However, Quenyacante was not quite in the condition that anybody anticipated.
Where were you? What happened to your brethren?
Many of them perished. The elves put themselves across as a pious people, devoted to their old gods. But their greed is even older, and their sense of superiority is positively bred into them. I saw slaves of all kinds of races chained together, hammering beneath the rock day after day, and no tear was shed when a slave would perish. I've gotten used to my collar. Grown to love it.
Going to love it.
Seems as though when you are free, you spend most of your time searching for purpose. But when you have been enslaved, you are given a purpose, given a direction. And I was happy to fulfill that, to release myself from the burden of choice and pursuing my own happiness, for I know a decade ago it was long gone. However, casting my eyes upon you, Tisha, I feel a spark of happiness reignite in my heart.
Tisha looks at Freddie. Do you takes a gulp? Do you know of me? Have you heard my name?
I heard stories.
Hmm.
Rumors of your beauty and elegance do not do the real thing justice.
Well, it's very kind of you to say. I guess, Fred, you say that you enjoy being released from the burden of choice.
Some things are predetermined. I find that life is happier if you do not push against the path that was laid out for you.
Disagree. Feel like you've got to make your own choice. I appreciate you being captured for a long time, and I was.
Then you know what it's like to have your free will ground down into dust. You know the true pain of hopelessness and the sweet release of purpose.
And you would be happy to fill a purpose that you didn't choose?
I was not happy toiling in the bowels of the Vade Mecum at first. But when I realized where I fit in the grand design. I began to wonder whether it was all meant to be, whether my suffering over the past decade has just been a precursor to finding myself here and now with you and your friends. He kind of looks wryly at Freddie.
What's Freddie doing?
Freddie is like, you feel his grip tighten on your shoulder.
Is he wearing his wedding ring?
His right hand on your shoulder. You can't see whether he's wearing his wedding ring, but it's as though Freddie is intimidated by this prisoner, who seems to regard him unblinkingly.
Mm.
Many different interpretations of the grand design have been whispered between the elves in my time on the Green Peninsula. You hear things. You perceive things. Not many people can do what I can do.
What can you do?
When you quieten your own mind, quell your own ambitions, you begin to expand your consciousness until you can hear the dreams and the nightmares of others. People reveal who they really are in their sleep. And all it takes is a nudge, a whisper in the dark.
Oh God. Okay. Dramatic. That's great. I am going to leave now. Freddie, we're going.
Are you sure?
But we may have more questions for you. I just want to leave you with one thing. This is coming from Tisha, who is who wants to live in her own way and make her own decisions and not be trapped by a foretelling. What would you do if you had the choice to be back home with your family and loved ones? What could you do? What would that even be something you would want? And if so, what would that look like? Okay, we're going now. Ready? Let's go.
Zetsu nods his head. And as you leave, Rena observes Freddie and Tisha's, I don't know, kind of
Risk.
brisk exit, shook appearance. He's like, is everything okay?
Hi. Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to take him back down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, for now.
And that's what happens then. He goes dutifully back into the basement, and Rena reemerges.
Are you okay?
That guy was intense.
Yep.
What was he talking about, like the grand design? Could this be like what your grandparents are talking about? That's the whole prophecy? Is that the grand design?
That's what I'm taking it as. He seems really wanting of it. And I thought it'd be like the same sort of mindset as me. And also I'm really worried we're never going to sleep again. Shit, I don't sleep, forget that. Do I dream though?
Yeah, I think you dream.
Yeah.
His name's Zetsu. Obviously, you said you were worried that this person might be Sazetsu.
Yeah. Like I'm Tisha of Tishiana. Right?
I don't know.
You're not buying it?
He sounds a bit loopy. I mean, just because he's heard of the grand design doesn't mean that he's part of it. He's been digging away as a slave for 10 years. I kind of felt sorry for him.
He didn't. I felt kind of freaked out by him.
Who knows what kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to cope with wielding a pickaxe every day of your life.
Well, he did look strong.
I didn't want to say anything while you were talking to him, but I cast a spell while he was in there. What Red said earlier about illusion magic.
Yeah.
It was emanating from him.
Okay. You think it's...
I don't know.
You don't know. You just know it's coming
disguise?
from him. Yeah, okay.
Why would a slave disguise themselves? Who are they really? Are they... I don't know. I didn't expect him to be so forthcoming.
You think he's playing a part?
Maybe he knows about Suzetsu and he's trying to pass himself off as... I don't know.
That could be a possibility. But to do that, and to say what he said, he must know that I know about the prophecy.
Yeah, that was the bit that freaked me out the most. Like, I lived in Silvercrest, Tisha, and I'd heard about you, but literally just I knew who you were because you were just part of the royal family. I hadn't heard anything about the grand design. It was weird.
Well, let's go and tell the others.
Sure.
Yeah. Hi, others. Guess what his name was? Any guesses? No? Setsu.
No.
Say again?
Yeah. Setsu? Setsu.
As in...
Yes, well, that's what I thought. Freddie's not sure. There's an illusion going on. He did talk about the grand design. He did compliment me. He did.
On how you look radiant today, or?
Yes, kind of.
I mean, you look gorgeous, but yeah, it sounds suspicious.
You don't tend to say that straight off the bat if you've been captured, do you?
Yep.
Yeah. He knew of the grand design. He's very he's lost, like, he feels like he's lost who he is, and he wants to follow prophecy. That being said, he might not be him, and he's playing a part. It was a bit creepy, though. He talked about dreams, red dreams that he can nudge in certain directions.
Ooh.
Yeah. thinking face right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he might. I think he might. He might advance to a level 2 of these interviews.
Yes.
I
Well,
mean, this is. We arrive at Quenyanelde immediately under attack. Not even a day goes by, and Jacob and Gilchrist, and now someone who's supposedly identifies as Sazetsu, just falls right into our lap before we even get anywhere near the Vade Mecum, or it's almost
it's
too convenient.
weird.
What do we do with this?
It's
Do we
weird.
have to? We have to kill him, right? Imprison him.
Hold on a second. We have abilities to get rid of his disguise, right? Mir can see through him. We could just dispel them. So that could be what we do
The
next.
next step. Okay.
The next step after you guys have a chat with Jacob.
Okay.
Maybe
that might
we'll
help.
learn. Maybe we'll learn some more, and then we'll hit him with big guns.
Yeah.
But why, if he is who we think he is, why did Gilchrist have him prisoner? He seems willing to take part in this prophecy.
Well,
So why? And Gilchrist will be happy to make that happen, right?
Well, technically, Tisha also agreed to save us, but then they chained her anyway to make sure. It could have been a similar situation.
Also, isn't the nature of the prophecy? He has to be enslaved and rise as a hero, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't want to fuck with the system, you know? Keep him enslaved until he has to. But he has to do something, doesn't he?
Make a hero. Make him a hero. What would make him a hero?
I know.
Too.
Get
I
rid of
know.
the opposition.
I know. If he
What?
killed the Star Seekers.
That's what I was just saying. What if that's his? Because that would
Yeah.
leave the plan in
If he
motion.
killed the rest of us and took you back, for sure, he's a hero in his own people's eyes.
Yeah, right. Like he rescues you from the clutches of the enemy that had you brainwashed and all that kind of shit.
So it's still very risky, right? To put himself in that situation, knowing it's such a disadvantage unless there's something we don't know about.
Who knows? Maybe Gilchrist is just fucking jealous, or he doesn't know shit about the prophecy, and he just sees this as some other guy that he needs to keep under wraps, you know?
Well, it's just led to a load of more questions and confusion. But I think the next step is to unmask who he is.
Let's talk to Jacob.
Jacob first, and
yeah, I'll be outside next to the tree if you need
Jacob
me.
will know.
Just give me a holler.
Tisha's going to sit down and have a drink.
A well-earned drink.
A glass of wine if it's there.
Yeah. Freddie joins you as Jacob is brought up by Rena for Mir and Red's interrogation.
Oh, thanks for the new token, by the way.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's new as hell, isn't it?
Yeah. Jacob is brought up and he's kind of like kind of looks through both of you, and as he sits down in his chair he's just kind of seems not really with it.
Cast detect magic and just give another check.
No magical spell seems to be currently affecting him.
Jacob, do you mind if I take a look to make sure that you're okay?
Huh? Mia, it's you.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Let me just look. And I kind of want to like perform a medical check and like look in his eyes and
Yeah,
see
do a
what
medicine
I-
check.
Yeah.
Oh, cast guidance.
18.
With an 18, you see that Jacob has not been eating, looks quite malnourished. He's pale, more pale than usual. His green eyes and partially scaly skin look kind of muted. His hair looks draggly. He's intensely, or has been through a period of intense stress.
Give him a ration from my pack while we talk to him.
He devours it in like 3 seconds flat, and you hear his stomach rumble. And he starts to clutch his stomach more. Oh, thank you.
Are you not well?
No. But I'll be okay.
Tell us what you've been doing since I last saw you.
He like flinches apropos of nothing and says, when I left you in Silvercrest, in Crystal Spear, it's because I knew it wasn't safe. At the Temple of the Dawn Chorus, those bounty hunters came in the night, and I cut them down. I feel like I couldn't trust myself. I feel like I had to try and deal with this without putting you guys in danger. I travelled to the Green Peninsula. I caught a boat over to Ulisari, and I made my way to the Vade Mecum. I didn't get halfway before I was apprehended by one of the lawmakers. I felt overcome with rage. I cut 2 of them down before I was arrested. I was out of control. They took me. They took me to the Vade Mecum, and I felt I had no choice. They read me a long list of crimes. Insurgency at Last Hollow, Hemocraft, conspiracy with Gilcrest, murder. And I thought the best way to to deal with it, to help you, was to just take the rap. To stop fighting. And I thought that would all blow over, and eventually the truth would come out. I could talk about what I am and everything that we saw at Last Hollow. Someone in the Vade Mecum would have to listen. But they wouldn't let me give a full testimony. I sat in a garden under a tree while the court case was heard. I was told what the result would be. And the result was, well, imprisonment. I was to be taken to an undisclosed location. I was to be scrubbed from the history books and basically forgotten about. That's when I was taken beneath the bowels of the library. I'm missing out so much, Mia. It's been so long. I'm so sorry.
It's alright. It's fine. Just tell us honestly what happened.
Do you remember Virion?
Of course.
Galen's brother? I was in that garden. I was awaiting the result of my trial, and he spoke to me. But he's not Virion anymore.
No?
Keep him as a tree.
What?
I know. He was sick that day after the auction. He began to look different. The wish spell, it did something. And it's like his own family just planted him in the backyard and grew him into a tree. He spoke to me and he said that I couldn't trust the Hololanas. And before I could find anything else out, before I could reverse my submission, before I could plead innocent, before I could do anything, the verdict was passed and I was enslaved. When
the Vade Mecum.
Yeah. I was chained up for the best part of a year with Zetsu. Zetsu understood. He said that this was just another part of our journey. He didn't trust Hololana either. Our companionship made me see that we were both just victims of their plot, their design, that they wanted us both out of the way, and that if I could expose Hysis Hololana, if I could I started to think that maybe Gilchrist could have helped. I know what you did, me, you felt was right, but I also felt differently. And Zetsu said he could bring him back. But it wasn't like any kind of resurrection I've seen you perform, Mia.
What happened?
It was horrible. He said that blood would have to be spilt in order for him to be born again. We spent time getting friendly with the guards. Zetsu is so charming. They seem to warm to him almost too quickly. We had to kill 3 of them to get enough blood for him to do what he needed to do. He summoned snakes from another plane. So much blood. Gilchrist was remade before my very eyes in scale and bone. And when he'd done, it was just like he'd never been away. He remembered everything. He remembered you. He hated you.
Yeah.
But it worked. I thought if he could tell us about the Savoris, if he could help us expose the plot, if we could get back to Crystal Spear and talk to the council. Unfortunately, when the guards' bodies were discovered, all 3 of us were transported to Quenyacante. And it was like they came out of the forest. They came to Zetsu. Everything happened around him. Nothing happened to him. He seemed so relaxed. And then that elf kicked the door through. And he was about to cast a spell, and I didn't know what to do. It could have been me or Gilchrist or him, and I summoned the sword back into my hands. And I thrust it through that man. Sir Lauren's friend. I felt powerful again. But I don't trust myself. It's like it was somebody else's hands. It's like it was Zetsu's hands that did it. And he kind of leans back in his chair and kind of, there's a look of disbelief once he's sounded his story out loud. You feel like this is the first time he's put everything together, and he almost doesn't believe it all himself.
And after he died, that man, then his friend came through and Setsu was chained up.
Still, I cut myself free and Gilchrist too. We were about to release Zetsu, and when make a run for it, when Eloran came along, he cast the blade from my hands, and knocked Gilchrist out. Could see that we were supposed to be in the cells, but that we weren't monsters. I don't know that if he was saving us or securing us.
I'll look to Red to see if it looks like she wants to ask any questions.
This is taking it all in. This fits. I'm surprised. This fits, but Jacob, you didn't have. I mean, how could you have all sides of the story? Since you were gone, we learnt a lot more about the nature of this. What these Saruk are trying to do. To bring forth an ancient world-ending being. And we think that Zetsu is an instrumental part in fulfilling a prophecy that will see that conspiracy come to fruition. Is there anything else that you could think of that didn't fit anything that he did? Any names he referred to? Any prophecy? It just seemed like his only plan was to escape. There must have been more to it.
I used to spend the nights dreaming of the glory days back in Maloon and Silvercrest with... Wait, Red, is that you?
Disguise self and go to looking like my old self.
I thought, how long had I been gone?
Yeah, a while. To be honest with you, I was initially coming in here thinking I could use this. This is my new real form, but that you wouldn't recognize me. It didn't take halfway through everything you just spoke about before. All the fucking plans went straight out of the window. I don't know how we catch up, but it feels like we have Setsu there for all that's been done, for better or worse. I think he's the key that we have to stop. I think he's an instrument that we need to, well, and she's kind of almost don't want to say it because now I'm scared.
I used to pass the time with Zetsu telling him stories of our exploits as the Starseekers, our adventures on the sea. Everything. I told him about the Baron, Halsin. I told him about the Zajets, Panaku, Gallin, and Tisha. He seemed particularly enamored with stories of the elven princess who distilled the power of the god of destruction into a lightning bolt that killed the god of death. Zetsu said with power like that, we could build our own grand design. I had no idea that Zetsu, you would know about him, or that he may be part of it all. He was enslaved alongside me. He'd been there a long time. He told me tales of the settlement wars, Zashala, a ravaged island. Terrible. It seemed like the last thing that he would want is more war.
It's not war. I don't think it's war that he wants. I don't think war facilitates this thing. I think they just want to bring this world eater into existence, and I don't know, these psycho snake people, Jacob, I gotta tell you, they believe in some crazy shit. I'm losing it, man.
It's okay. It's fine. I think we should leave Jacob to rest unless there's anything, and I mean anything, that you've missed or you have to tell us.
Make an insight check, Mia.
28.
With a 28, Jacob subconsciously clutches his chest and looks up at you. I don't think so. I'm sorry. Feels like, based on what Red is saying, I've just been another unwitting accomplice. I never was very good at choosing who to trust.
Not your fault. Your chest. What's going on?
Huh?
Clutching your chest like it hurts.
Oh. And he pulls his shirt down a bit. And you can see like a fresh scar, the edge of a fresh scar on his chest.
Jacob, what is that from?
I don't know. He can't, with it being manacled, he can't really do anything else with it.
Can I?
He nods.
I'll pull it down so I can look at it closely.
It looks like some kind of runic scar branded into his chest. How did... He doesn't seem to acknowledge or remember it at all.
Are you seeing this, Red?
Yeah. I think I've got an idea of what I'm looking at. Maybe Jacob should just get some rest. Can we make sure that they are all in very separate cells, far away from each other, and they're locked very securely away, please? I'll say to the nearest guard.
Ideally, big walls between everyone.
Yeah, or 20 feet underground, but whatever you got to do.
Rena says, we only got one basement. We've got a stable, we've got a basement, and I don't know. We could keep one of them up here, I guess.
You're the security detail.
Have separate people at least looking at all of them separately.
Okay. We'll figure something out. Rena takes Jacob away.
As he's gone away, I'll say to me, okay, allow me for a minute. I know it's hectic. Let me just run away with one of my theories for a real hot minute. Now, it seemed like Zetsu is all too happy to be here, and from what Tilly said, Gilchrist couldn't give two shits, like staring in the face of people that almost did just cut him in half, and we could easily execute him. Jacob doesn't know what's going on, and they've got these scars on their chests.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking to myself, like, here's Zetsu, here's the missing piece of the puzzle, is the guy that we just need to eliminate, and then we stop this whole thing from happening. But it just falls right into our lap, and they don't seem to give a shit. Tilly said Gilchrist said something about, like, if he dies, it doesn't matter, he'll just come back. Oh, what if they've been doing something? What if Zetsu did something, that scar on his chest? What if it means if you kill one of them, he's just reborn in another body or something, Like the way he described his resurrection. I just can't imagine that if he knows that he's the key to something, that he can just like waltz deep into enemy territory and just stare death in the face when he's got this grand plan to take care of. I want us just to kill him, but it just seems like that's not good enough,
No, I know.
Like it wouldn't do it.
I think we all need to talk to him, right?
Yeah.
The hour is late. 3 interrogations back to back means that you've pushed it until 1 a.m.
Well,
we're tired, but he'll be tired too. Is it worth staying up talking to Zetsu with everyone one more time?
Yeah, we can. I'd love to get this spell done for the scholars here, so that they can protect this place. I'm not quite finished with all of the scrolls, and I've got a prayer to make.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just meet with them. Let's just reconvene.
Okay.
Okay, Mir and Red go back out. Freddy has sourced himself some regal-looking pajamas.
Good for him.
I info
Ozzy,
dump and then ask.
Yeah.
Tilly,
Am I anywhere near finishing that tree spell, or am I?
Yes, you would be at this point.
Okay, cool. Maybe as you walk in, the crystal, what was it again? Agate glows inside the tree as 2 eyes pop out on both sides of it. And the tree just pulls itself out.
Could you put the awakening spell up again for me?
Yeah.
Not even close to the most unsettling thing I've seen today. This is just like, whatever. Cool.
It's gonna be one intelligent tree.
Oh, it does gain the ability to speak one language that you know. And which language is it, Tilly?
Common.
Okay. As the tree's eyes blink open, it's kind of like the agate is like placed in the like knot of a tree, and kind of a brow like furrows over it, so it looks like it's got two shining eyes.
Cool.
And between like cracking bark, oh, good evening.
Hello. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. My name's Matilda. You can call me Tilly.
Tilly.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize I could speak such a name.
How amazing is that? You're amazing. Do you have a name?
I'm just a tree.
Just a tree.
You can call me Sprout.
Sprout. That's a really good name, Mr. Sprout. Oh, look at that. My friends are just coming out. I have a request to ask you, Mr. Sprout. If you wouldn't mind. You're currently in a place called Quenyanelde. And it's that fort, and you see all these roads and ruins and trees and things around you.
I can feel them.
That's amazing. The request I have for you is I would like you very much to stay with this place and help protect the people who live here. Help them with rebuilds, help them against any harm that might come to them, and be of general service if you could. I would very much appreciate that, please.
Of course. I am but a sprout, while the other trees and birds need my help. I shall assist. And it kind of like cracks its trunk and like creaks its branches.
Amazing.
And you see two of its branches lower into like elongated hands. And he scoops you up and walks with you back towards this central building and puts you down.
Hey guys, this is Sprout. He's a friend. Don't have to worry about him. He's gonna help the people here.
You have so many friends.
Yeah, well, I made this one, but it still counts, I think.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, cool. If you wanna just check, I think I can see some people out there picking up loose branches for and cleaning up. Would you mind giving them assistance, please?
Of course. Goodbye.
See you soon.
And trundles off.
And until he just shouts to some people, don't be afraid. He's here to help.
They run terrified.
Okay. Well, that I think maybe hopefully together with your spell is gonna give these people a bit edge a chance to recover. What did you learn? You spoke with Jacob.
Uh-huh.
How is he?
Honest as ever.
Ooh.
That's gonna be good though.
Our impression, correct me if I'm wrong, Red, is that he's been somewhat taken in by Zetsu and Gilcrest. They both seem happy to be here, and he seems to have spent his time getting to know Zetsu and telling him all about our adventures, including you, Tisha.
Yeah.
He's scared and he's been manipulated. He's got this scar, like a wound really on his chest, like a rune that we can't
Wait,
quite
what?
make out.
What? Oh, Gilchrist was holding his chest as well.
Yeah.
I noticed it, but I didn't check on it because I got upset he didn't succumb to my book. But we can take a now. What do you think? What did it look like? What do you think it is?
You had a guess, right, Red, of them being connected to each other.
Well, yeah, at least it runic, not just a regular wound. This was casting a glyph.
You
This-
think Setsu?
In his chest, and like cut, so like bloody.
It's like a scar.
Healed by now. He'd been
Yeah.
with Zetsu for a year in prison.
But he doesn't remember how he got it.
I think this Zetsu is, regardless of whether he's part of the prophecy, what this guy is dangerous, real dangerous. I mean, I know Jacob said it himself. He has a tendency not to know when to shut his fucking mouth, but he also doesn't remember sections of being in there, you know? And what he witnessed, he said that he had 3 guards wrapped around his little finger.
He did say he could nudge with dreams, mind control.
Yeah, I think this goes beyond your basic charming enchantment to get past a occasional, you know, guard post. This is like, I mean, I'm pretty good at spells, but just at the snap of a finger, the way he made it sound to just nail down all 3 guards that are by default, you know, like on guard, hostile.
I
And then
didn't
to
think-
slaughter them and everything, it just feels like all the stories that follow this guy. It's like, I don't know. There's like don't you feel it? It's like enigmatic, but really really bad. Like everything that follows around this Zetsu guy is going like great for him, even though
Why
he's
is he
in
not-
chains the whole time. Like I'm freaking out over this. He's, you know,
I
influential.
don't think the people here know what they've got themselves in for either.
No way, no.
And why is he playing along with it?
That's what I mean. That's what's so fucking scary. Why is he playing along with it? It's like he's totally got everything under control. And he's the one in chains, been captured, imprisoned, you know? Maybe that's just me getting too scared or whatever. But that's how it
No,
feels, you
I got-
know? After just speaking to Jacob, that's how it feels. The way
got
he
this
put it, the way he
impression as well.
explained.
I got this impression as well. Like it feels, from what Tisha was saying, it just feels too okay with the situation.
But I think Jacob is, he seemed kind of a
Controlled.
sound mind. Yeah, like traumatized, disassociated. But I mean, if anything, that's what a sound mind should do in this situation, you know?
Wait, but that thing, the glyph, that's got to be some sort of blood magic, right?
Yeah, Freddie, do you think you could study those glyphs? I think Jacob would be safe as long as you have guards with you, obviously. You might be able to study
mean-
his.
I could take a look. Maybe Tisha, you could help.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so should we do that now, or should we first all confront Zetsu with, hitting him with dispel magics and mirrors. What's that thing that allows you to see through things like disguises?
If I... Ooh, do I have it?
You'd need to attune to the lantern, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I am not currently attuned to that.
Well,
Okay,
maybe we could
that's
take
fine.
some time. It's like Zetsu knows everything more than we do at this point. If we can just get even a little bit of more information that he doesn't understand that we know, then it can only serve us more, you know? Maybe we wait till morning, and if Freddy and Tisha, you get any result on what you think the runes are about, then that could only help us. And I'm tapped out emotionally.
I
We
think
risk a
Freddy's
night.
knackered.
Freddie needs some sleep.
Yeah.
The only thing is, and I'm just gonna say it so it's said, and that's it. If this is some kind of a trap, and he got himself captured, and he's confident of something that we don't know, the most logical time to spring this trap is right now when we go to sleep.
Uh-huh.
But even still, there's a lot of guards, sleep in shifts.
Is there anything else we can do?
I think we should sleep far away from this building.
But if he does something, everybody here will be in danger. We won't be here to help them.
If we show up tomorrow and he's broken out and everyone's dead.
I would feel very bad about that.
Oh,
You're right. Okay. I'm gonna just try and I'm gonna batten down. I'm gonna try and finish this spell for the scholars here, and I'll cast a magic circle for us to.
Okay.
You know.
I'll have Sprout do rounds and be on guard outside all night. He can do that. He doesn't need to sleep. He's a tree.
Uh-huh.
So anything that might come from outside, we should be well warned about, hopefully. And then we should probably just sleep at the entrance of the get our bedrolls at the entrance of to the basement.
Sure.
And take shifts. Something happens.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking whether we should separate them. Like had that idea, but we don't really have too much room here, do we? But
I think we kill Gilchrist and see what happens. No. I'm just tired. Let's just go.
Freddie, are you okay to stay up for research?
I mean, I'm going to need some sleep, but I could do a couple of hours before morning.
Okay. I just need 4 hours.
Maybe between us, we could be able to at least get an idea of what the kind of blood magic it might be.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna be in the basement? Or are you gonna take Jacob out here?
I think it'd be better to bring him out here.
Fair enough. Let's keep him here with us. Out of the three, I think.
So
I think we should keep a close eye on him.
I'll put Jacob in here. We'll put him on the table with Tisha and Freddy.
All three of them on a table? That might be tight.
Not quite. Then Lauren is going to retire to this bed. Anazi Anazi was present during that conversation, if you don't mind, and
sure.
Kind of heard everything. She asks if you're worrying for my people's safety, might there be a place we could send them? It's too late now to evacuate. But if...
Ooh, yeah. There might be something. There might be something. Let me just check. 'Cause I can't, if you were talking about like the tree transport, that's only gonna catch a few of them. It only lasts 6 seconds, and I only literally have one more in me before I sleep. Instead of that
would
one,
enable us to send away a few
okay.
refugees, innocents. We could just really leave the people in this building who are invested in all of this. There's no need to get people caught up on this unnecessarily.
All right, just I only know certain locations. Where would you like me to send them? I could do Silvercrest. I could do Crystal Spear. I could.
Anazi considers both options and shakes her head. I don't think either of those places are very safe for elves right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Shimmerport, does that make any difference? Probably not. There's a small village south of Eastcliff called Windacre. They might be freaked out. I could send them to Ulisari, but again, that might be tricky. Maloon?
Maloon is technically a elven satellite territory.
Oh yeah, Satrap is. I think I've met him once. He's an elf, right?
Kellen Magna, if I believe.
Yeah.
Sure. That's fair.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you...
Perhaps I could send Sontar ahead with the civilians and test the limits of Kellen Magna's hospitality.
Okay, all right. 6 seconds is more or less about 10 people if they just get ready and run through quickly.
Okay. We'll say it's about that, including Sontar.
Sure. Sprout, hold on a second. Could you come over here? I need to use you. Just stand still.
Of course.
All right, it's gonna feel a bit weird. I'm just gonna make sure everybody's ready to run through, and then zip open my awakened tree.
Do you mind?
Okay,
he makes a judgment on how he's been treated over the 30 days, right?
Yeah.
I remember within 1 hour you tore me open and sent 10 people barreling through me.
It didn't hurt. Okay, so transport via plants. I have to use my 9th level spell slot to do this.
Woo!
Cool. So we're going to send Sontar. I think Anazi would want to stay. Rena would want to stay, and Sarah Lauren's not going anywhere. So yeah. Just thinking about Nain.
She's off. Well, she's come back.
Yeah, she would have come back throughout all this. No, she wouldn't. No, I'm going to say she's still away. She's not here yet.
Wait, so Red still doesn't have the components?
No, but so yeah, we kind of worked out last time that I'm
you don't need
I'm
them
doing a
now.
copy of the spell. I have the
Right.
equipment here, and I paid some gold and stuff so that I can copy them. It's just that they're going to need it in order to cast the spell. So it's not going to be me that casts it. I'm giving it to them in a
Gotcha.
spell scroll. Yeah.
Gotcha. So what Nain's bringing is for them.
So yeah, so it's like I can give them this scroll, but unless they get that ruby, then they can't actually cast the spell, basically.
Fair enough.
Okay. What have I just done with Nain? I've made it disappear. Ah!
She's very good at
Aye.
hiding.
Literally, I deleted her somewhere. Oh no, there she is. I put her on the lighting layer. Nice on me. Okay. All right. So, if you don't mind, guys, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break while we decide what's happening over the nighttime. I know we've got some ideas, but just a brief comfort break. Back shortly.
Yeah, sounds good.
Bye bye.
Right.
Welcome back. We are settling down after a morning of fighting and an afternoon and evening of spell component collecting and interrogating. The three prisoners have each had their time under the spotlight, and certainly with Jacob, at least, Tisha and Freddie had decided to investigate these mysterious markings. Freddie would express to Tisha, before we spoke to Jacob, Red and I and Tilly, we were in the midst of collecting some components for some poison. But do you think this is more important?
No. No. Would the poison stop whatever's happening downstairs?
Well, it's just particularly effective against Mariliths, Yuan-Ti, snake people, and maybe even elves. But we've still got a long way to go in terms of there's just collecting the components. Then there's brewing it. I just wish we had more time.
Well, we don't.
Do you want to investigate the hemocraft on Jacob's skin while I nip out and try and collect some of these remaining components?
Sure.
I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I know that makes sense. I think it's important that you do that. I don't want to be alone with him. Just in case.
Maybe you could take
or whatever.
Rena with you. She seems pretty handy. Or Nain.
Oh yeah, Nain.
When she comes back. Where is she? Has anyone seen her?
Nain? She's not back.
No.
Rena it is.
Okay. So I'll put Rena in there. Okay. Anazi thinks about retiring. She puts like a little screen up and allows you to kind of spread out in this main living area, but will we imagine a little screen going from like here to here, and then we will say that Anazi and Aloran retire, shock, together.
Whoa.
Whoa.
No
The
time for that.
shocking revelation.
Whoa, blew my mind.
Yeah. So we have Zetsu and Gilchrist to deal with. Freddy's nipping out.
In his pajamas.
Yeah. He puts a cloak on and puts his boots back on and gets his like herbalism equipment and sets about going to get some nightshade that you can only pick by the moonlight.
Can I help him out by asking my imp to use the ring to summon some fire beetles for him to milk?
We'll role play that now.
Okay.
So when you realize when Freddy's like getting his stuff on and you realize that he needs some fire beetle ichor, what do you do?
Yeah, I go outside for I'm just saying I just need some fresh air before sleeping. And as I just do a quick walk, checking out on Sprout, I just sort of say in the air, Parthuzanuzax, could I ask a quick favor of you, please?
What is it now?
Yes, we seem to be talking a lot. You're gonna warm up to me one of these days, right?
You're going to warm up to me,
Oh, sounded dirty
literally.
for some reason. Hey, the ring that I gave you.
Yes, I quite like it.
Yeah, I'm glad. I want you to like it. My friend Red identified it before, and apparently it makes you capable of calling or conjuring some fire beetles.
Hmm,
Would you mind?
that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite interesting. I mean,
Something
these
that
are.
you'd be able to do if you owned such a ring.
Yeah, no, that's true. So I was wondering, you know, since been so nice and gave it to you and all that, that maybe you could just sort of like use it once and call some fire beetles that I could, use.
Oh, of course I could.
But will you?
But one doesn't get very far by using their unique assets for free.
Okay. I understand you work for Lord Mammon, and you need the thing, the trade.
As below, so above.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. 99 gold. How about that? For
I think you can do better than that.
one fire beetle. Your lord has me on like very pricey subscription fees, and I am running out of money super quick.
That's between you and him.
Right. Okay.
What is the amount of money that you carry on you?
I'm not gonna
In
tell
total.
you that. Obviously, you can't think I'm that stupid.
Well, you can tell me, or I can wait till you fall asleep and rummage through your belongings.
That would be extremely rude of you.
I'm just being straightforward with you.
Right. Oh,
So,
well, if I
Halfling,
tell you,
how much do you have?
okay, so some range of 11.
11. Do you have 11 gold on you? Is that what you've got?
No, 11,000.
Oh, in the range of 11. Are you saying 11 as if you're trying to say 11,000, or are you saying 11 as if you're trying to say 11?
I'm
Are you
saying
deceiving
it.
or not?
I'm saying. Fuck. No, Tilly's not a deceiving type. No, she's gonna say about 11,000.
11,000.
Yeah, it was a gift from a friend who wants me to be on good terms with your lord until we still have a binding agreement.
I'll tell you what.
Uh-huh.
I will rent you
You will rent me.
one use of this magical ring,
Okay.
but you will pay me for the privilege, and you'll give me the rest of the night off.
What are you gonna do for the rest of the night?
Well, you gave me this ring on the understanding that I would help you or be more proactive, and to be honest, watching you all sleep doesn't seem like the most exciting use of my time, and thus I'd like to go exploring. The strange things come out at night.
Okay, fair enough. I think we might get in some trouble tonight, but we are as best prepared for it as we could. And those fire beetles, and we need them to get an edge. So, I mean, it's the best deal. Yeah, take the rest of the night off, and I'll give you 99 gold.
Deal.
All right.
He offers his hand for you to shake. He leans forward to shake your hand.
I'm always nervous about these things, but okay, fine. We have a clear deal,
Mm-hmm.
clear conditions. So I'll shake.
As you shake his hand, he shakes your hand with the ring on it, and as you shake, the ring appears on your hand. You are automatically attuned to it. You'll have to G-attune from something else. And in that moment, he disappears.
Cheeky bugger. All right, I'm going to get some fire beetles and give them to Freddy. To milk or whatever he has to do with them.
Okay. You deduct 99 gold and choose, if you do have 3 attuned items, choose which other one to remove. You are unable to deattune from it until he returns.
God damn it. The only one I can really is the Staff of Woodlands, which kind of sucks ass, but... Alright.
Okay. So he's gone. Freddy it realizes that he has to kind of grind up some of these beetles. Are you okay witnessing him murder some summoned fire beetles?
No, I'll give him the beetles and leave.
Yeah. You go back inside after you, and then you hear like a squealing and squelching as some beetles are massacred on the outside with a particularly overpowered lightning bolt, shall we say.
Wow. Crazy.
Okay. So Tilly comes back in. Mir, Red. Tilly, what are we doing with Zetsu and Gilchrist?
So I think they're staying in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm. And we're keeping watch over them in turns.
Yeah, and is there still some is there some general guards and stuff a little bit as well? Like, is
most of the civilians are gone. Rena's here, Anazi's here, but most people are sleeping. You guys are the Night's Watch.
Okay.
Oh.
So the entrance to the basement is like here, right? And then it goes down, and what does it look like down?
Literally a very bare bones winery with a couple of like benches, a barred window. It's a cellar rather than a prison.
Okay. So should we lock them in and then wait outside, or should we be inside the cellar with them?
I'm scared for anyone getting too close, getting wrapped up in his words if we're not all together.
Yeah, I think we should camp in this room that's the only way in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you're all camping in here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, we were busy and doing stuff, so I don't know if we would have been able to get a short rest.
Yeah, between the interrogations that you weren't involved with, you could definitely have a short rest. If you want to take one of those.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it. I get my wild shape back. And then I am going to actually cast a spell as well before going to sleep. I'm going to cast a Faithful Hound. And I'm going to stick him right there in this square. Invisible doggy that can see invisible creatures, ignores illusions, sees in the ethereal plane. I'm going to set him up with a password of Humphrey. I want to tell everybody, including, people that might wander in here, other gods, that they need to say Humphrey, or this dog starts barking loud. He's there for 8 hours.
If they come into the room, you mean, is that?
If they come within 30 feet of it. So
they need to. They won't know that they're within 30 feet of an invisible dog.
No. But I will basically, I will draw a line on. I know where I'm putting him, so I will draw a line at the entrance to this vestibule and say, if you cross this line,
Okay.
say Humphrey out loud. Does that make
She's
sense?
gonna forget that.
Okay.
Cool. And he's like our little alert dog.
I can
Just-
take the first watch.
That's where Humphrey is. If you don't mind. So Mia's going to stay up first.
Mhm.
Have you taken a short rest, Mia?
I think my character sheet says I was fine. I don't know if these hit points are
Says,
correct or not. But maybe
Well,
they are
it-
correct because that's
well,
the
no.
correct number.
Yeah, I did take them off the last map. So if any healing you've done since the last battle wouldn't be on that
Okay.
token, I don't think.
All right. I will roll a few hit die then, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whap.
Whap.
All right. Okay. I'm now at full again.
Freddy's got a roll. Bear with me. Because he's tapped. No. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
Can he do some arcane recovery as such?
You can.
Have a feeling we're gonna need it.
How do you short rest on a character? Oh, there you go. Just click the short rest button, Daniel. What hit points is he on? He's on 27.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I used a heal on him.
You
At the
healed him
end of
like
the
80
battle.
hit points.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Sorry, maybe I just didn't adjust his token.
Mm.
I'll give him an extra 80 hit points. I remember that happening.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm going to spend less hit dice now.
Cool.
Did that roll? No?
Not that we can see.
So, roll hit die. You have to roll them one at a time.
Yeah.
From that thing, yeah.
Oy. Bear with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll roll. Let me just do some maths. Ah. I got him up to max with only one extra hit point to spare. Cool. But he's obviously left. So
Do I, before we complete the day, how did we get along with the copying of the forbidden spell?
I would say you're going to have to spend part of your 2 hours as part of your long rest finishing it off.
Yeah. That's
it was
fine.
quite a long time, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's a couple of other brief spells that I want to cast, but I mean, they are only like normal spells. If possible. Well, it's actually part of this prayer I want to make for was it Thalindra? The one that's missing.
Yeah.
So I'll make a prayer for her, but I want to couple that up with a casting of Greater Restoration from the Blood of Lathander. Because I still am under the effect of when we were under Felidrandor and those spores.
Yeah.
I'm praying for myself at the same time, trying to fix that. So, oops. Give me the description. So as I'm casting Greater Restoration, I'll make a prayer to the Dawn Lord to shine his light and illuminate the way for Thalindra to find her way home. Or if she can't, then to illuminate the way for Lauren to find her and put her to rest.
Okay. I'll give you a religion check at advantage.
Okay. Can get back on my sheet. Religion check advantage. Oh, not good.
Can you tell me what it was?
It was a 9 with advantage.
Okay. Maybe your fear and suspicion really does cloud your clarity in that moment. Had you cast Greater Restoration on yourself before, since being affected by the spores?
Not since being affected by that, no.
Well, you remove the temporary reduction to your hit points.
Awesome.
Maximum.
Perfect. But not so good on the prayer.
Not so good on the prayer.
Okay. The only other thing, if I have another, literally a minute, I think it is, to cast Magic Circle. That's just to protect us while we sleep. So, at 5th level, it should last 3 hours. So, maybe there would obviously be a bit of a gap, but if I have a chance to stagger our shifts so that I can cast it again in the night. I don't know if any of you guys have this spell. But yeah, it's going to last 3 hours off that first casting, so maybe you wake me up at the end of your shift and then I give it another one before I go back to bed or whatever.
Okay. Bear with me a second. Okay.
And I'll choose fiends or undead that cannot get into the circle.
Do you want to draw the circle for me?
Yeah, so 10-foot radius, so that's like 20 feet across, isn't it? Don't really know how to do Good circle.
Um,
Can I move that?
yeah, there you go. You should be able to move it once you've drawn it.
Oh, let's just move in the whole map.
I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, right in the middle of us there,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah, perfect. I think that should be about right.
Yeah. Okay. Preparations made. Nain still out. Freddy collecting components. Sprout the tree, stomping around, doing what he can to help. Jacob on the table with Tisha. I'm going to say we'll do the first watch, then we'll go to Tisha because it'll take time to do the preparation and investigation. So it wouldn't be the first thing that happened. Mia, you're taking first watch, right?
Yep.
Okay, you sit inside the magic circle. Tilly and Red pull out their bedrolls and kind of get their heads down. And for a few moments, it takes a bit of time for you to settle down. And you are in the quiet of Menelambir, your first night on the Green Peninsula. What goes through Mia's head?
She keeps considering casting Arcane Eye on the cellar below. And then it's that thing where she doesn't think she wants to see desperately what's going on, but she also doesn't think that really she wants to know.
Bit of trepidation, curiosity, revulsion.
Yeah. She's really scared, I think.
Okay. I want you to make a religion check.
Okay. Come on, Mister.
Ooh.
Yes, Mister is real. She's real.
As you struggle to settle into a place of peace, your mind constantly sent to the cellar below, jittery, restless. The magic circle that's been cast around you is made with powdered silver and iron. But while you perceive it, at least, that silvery powder begins to sparkle like purple glitter. And that sparkle and colour kind of spreads around the circle as you perceive it. And you kind of squint a little bit and you can see the weave encasing you. And as you look around the weave, you can see these intertwining knots. They look random and haphazard, as if Red's casting was literally just pulling them together like weeds out from the underbrush. But you see a cosmic harmony in the pattern. A harmony that begins to resemble a face. A face in the weave. My child.
You're here.
Are you not surrounded by magic?
Always. I know.
Then why Does your heart falter this night?
Feels like what? It feels like the end is downstairs. And we're just a few small people trying to keep a lid on them for the night.
Is that all you would hope to do? To stifle something inevitable? To push back against evil for one night only?
We stifle it tonight so that we can defeat it tomorrow.
Ever since I've been watching you, you have never failed.
That's very generous, Mistra.
But you know that whenever you should call for me, I will be there.
I know.
You've learnt a lot since we last spoke.
Uh-huh. You know, don't you? Of course you know. You've always known.
My line stretches beyond space and time. But that's for me to see, not for you. You may believe what you wish.
What does it mean?
What do you want it to mean?
Thought I couldn't have a stronger connection to you. And then it is stronger, it just is. And I don't know what that's supposed to mean for me. Maybe nothing.
The only thing that's changed is how you feel. And how you feel is a choice. If you believe in coincidence, if you believe in complete freedom of choice, then you believe in the unbridled chaos of the universe. I believe in magic. Magic is when coincidence and circumstance come together to create something special. A phenomenon. Something that need not be explained. Something where the explanation takes the sparkle away. Seek not the rational truth, but choose to believe in magic.
Thank you. I will. I do.
The weave unravels and dissipates from around you. And the rest of your watch goes by without incident. Who would you be waking up for the next part?
Red.
Okay. We're not going to get to that just yet because Tish is in the middle of some investigation.
Yeah.
Rena lifts Jacob onto a table and takes a dagger and cuts open his shirt.
Very dramatic. Could have asked him to take it up.
With the collar, it was going to be too difficult, and Rena's a bit more straightforward than that. So, still manacled, Jacob is trembling somewhat. He seems nervous.
Hi, Jacob. Remember me? You okay?
I'm okay. Whatever you're going to do to me, it's not going to hurt, is it?
Oh. No, I don't think so. I'm just going to research. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out what is happening to you.
Okay. Then I would like you to perform the first of a few checks for me, Lucy, which is firstly, well, you tell me, are you more are you going to look at the scarring? Are you going to look at the symbol? Or are you going to look at how the symbol or the effect on Jacob's well-being? Those are three checks.
Symbol.
Scarring, the symbol, well-being. Okay, the symbol is an Arcana check. With a 26, you know that Hemocraft really does kind of stretch beyond the boundaries of like known magic. Even you don't know the full boundaries of Hemocraft and just how far the body's energy can be wrenched into these kind of like unknown effects and quantities. The closest approximation you can make for this rune right now is something like at least part of it anyway, is a contingency spell. This means that the rune, you think, remains inert or inactive until certain conditions are met.
Can Jacob see it now?
Well, he's got a collar and he's lying down. So you're looking at his chest. You kind of struggle to see the scar.
Okay. Oh, okie dokie.
Okay. We're going to cut to Red. This is while you were sleeping.
No.
What does Red dream about?
Oh, God.
Bunnies,
I'm not even
rainbows.
gonna. I'm not even gonna try and pick something like that. Like in this situation, it's probably fucking nightmares full of snakes and shit. Like.
So, you Red settle down, and as you descend into your unconscious, Mia, you would notice this briefly, but Red kind of twitches and wriggles in a sleep, almost imperceptibly. Red, you dream of trudging through like a waterlogged field, like a rice paddy almost. And your feet are heavy, and the water and the mud is just really permanently destroying one of your favorite dresses that you made for yourself when you owned the tailors in Crystal Spear. You eventually resort to like ripping off the bottom half. It doesn't even fit your new Dragonborn form, and it's split at the seams anyway. You begin to feel defeated.
Mm-hmm.
You keep on trudging, but your destination isn't clear. There's a mist ahead of you. I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Spell magical effect or anything?
No.
Just normal. Natural one.
As you trudge and trudge, you begin to sink. The more you struggle, the lower you sink. You pull at the reeds to try and get purchase, and some of them come off in your hand. You reach out and grab another. The reeds turn into snakes and bite you. As you flinch, clutching your hand, clutching at your wound, you sink below the surface into darkness. As you descend, you are suspended as if you were deep sea diving in a fathomless pit of blackness. When the surface light diminishes and you're in complete pitch dark, what do you think to yourself?
I think I would just pray desperately for the light. You know, I'm just losing it. I'm praying for it to come back. I'm praying for that light to come back and for the darkness to go away. Praying desperately.
Make a religion check for me.
Okay, 18.
With an 18, you look up, hopeful, beckoning a higher power to shine down upon you and show you the way. Like a pinprick, a column of light starts to grow into a spotlight that shines down towards you. And in the spotlight, you see the silhouette. It's the unmistakable silhouette of a solar. Could it be Sabathiel come to save you once more? The figure descends closer, and the shadow grows closer and closer until you realize that it's not someone with a winged form, but arms.
Oh no.
Arms that are snakes. And as they descend upon you, they're not floating, but diving towards you. And as they get closer, the white light behind them begins to turn a shade of red. And as you struggle beneath the water, you find yourself unable to move. You feel that you can't breathe. I want you to make an athletics check.
12.
With a 12, you struggle. You try to cry out, but only bubbles leave your mouth in a muted scream. A panic emerges from beneath the water. At that point, the image of this humanoid becomes clear. It is Zetsu. Zetsu wraps his snake-like arms around you until both mouths of the serpent at the end of his hands clamp down on either side of your face and force you to behold him. This terrifying-looking abomination. Where's your god now? and you wake up.
Oh God. Ah! Yeah, probably a scream.
Shh. It's okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I had a nightmare.
Of course. All been quiet here.
Maybe we poke our heads in on Tisha before we swap over.
Yeah. I don't want to leave Tilly here alone, so you go and come
Okay,
back, and then
okay,
I'll go
yeah,
to
yeah,
sleep.
yeah.
You get back.
I'm like all too eager to like step away from the entrance to the basement, and I'll just go and poke my head into where I last saw Tisha go with Jacob.
Rena heads you off and lets you in. Tisha, this is, you've just finished the first part of your investigation.
Mm-hmm. Red,
Red.
hey. Fancy seeing you here. You okay?
Well, no, but yeah. So you find anything?
Well, and then she shuffles over out of maybe earshot of Jacob a little bit. I've investigated so far the symbol, and it seems like the symbol is kind of inactive. It's a rune that's inactive unless triggered by something. I don't think he can see it, so he doesn't know it's there. But I'm going to investigate Scar or Jacob's well-being next. Feel free to sit around. We'll go back to bed.
I better get back to watch in front of the basement. But
Does that
yeah,
make
that's
sense to you? The symbol?
yeah, that sounds like it. Fucking validates my worst fears. I think that they have. I think they have backup plans, backup people, backup prophecy.
If one person goes down, somebody else.
Yeah, or something
steps
happens.
in?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
think about it. If this is all your grand plan, grand scheme, grand design, whatever he called it, you're deep in enemy territory, you're locked away, like, you're going to feel relaxed about it? No, probably not, unless you've got a contingency in place, all right?
Yeah, cut the head off the snake and 5 more grow back.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
Oh, boy.
delightful.
Well,
Maybe we can cut it out of him.
yeah, I think that's the that's what we want to avoid. Yeah, like, what are we cutting out? Oh God.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to investigate the scar next. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Just when we spoke to him earlier, it seemed like he's missing pieces of his memory. Like he's missing pieces of that being done to him. So just be careful if you're, pressing him about it.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Do with knocking him out, really.
don't undo his manacles. If anything weird happens,
put him down.
come and shout at us. I mean, well, you can Well, don't
kill
if
him.
you kill him, everything might go wrong. So
Okay, no killing. Okay.
Put him down.
Okay. You return into the circle, Red?
yeah. So if it would be 2-hour shifts each, is it?
Yes, 2-hour shifts.
So halfway through my shift, I want to recast this spell, basically.
Mm-hmm. Recast the circle.
Circle,
is that? Yeah. Okay. Do you say anything before returning to the circle?
Humphrey.
There we go.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so part of your watch is recasting. Anything else that you particularly settle upon during that 2-hour or nearly 2-hour stint? Anything you're thinking of?
I think just trying to, maybe I'm just trying to more concentrate and keeping my wits about me. I think that's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like just being aware of any disturbances, like I'm
Yeah.
monitoring the circle itself very closely for any disturbances in the, was it not chalk? You know, the components.
Yeah. Make a perception check.
Okay. 18.
It seems to you that everything is quiet. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Quiet. It's really, really early now. It's like 4 or 5 a.m. And the watch goes by without incident. So I guess you wake up Tilly next.
Yeah. Yep. I've cast that spell, so it should last for. I'll let her know it should last for 2 hours. It should last for your shift, basically.
Okay. All right. Everything quiet?
Yeah. Didn't you have any weird dreams or nightmares or anything?
No, I dreamed I was riding Sprout across the country, and he was like racing other trees that were awakened.
Oh,
and
good for
we
you.
had, like-
Just go on your
we had-
shift.
We had like whole Olympics and stuff, and it was amazing. All right. Okay.
Now, during Red Shift, just before that happened, Tisha, we're going to do the medicine check if you wanted to check out the scar next.
Yeah.
With that, all you can really see is that this was branded into him. You really very much kind of empathize with it because it reminds you of the scar that you had on the back of your neck. But this is much bigger and much more painful. You imagine there's no way Jacob would have not remembered this happening to him unless Red's hypothesis is at least partially true.
Mm-hmm. Just one more check, Jacob, and we can get some sleep.
Okay. Tilly.
Yep.
How are you spending this shift? What are you thinking about? What are you doing?
It's been a while since I had a little bit of time to read, so I'm gonna whip out my Hexen Herbarium and add 2 hours to the counter, and just as I'm reading, nervously keep looking up at the entrance.
Okay. Given that you're reading, I'm going to give you a perception check at disadvantage.
Cool. 17.
Still not bad. The first hour goes by. You don't hear anything of concern. The next hour, 2 things seem to happen at the same time.
Okay.
Tisha. Jacob begins to claw at his scar.
Oh no.
He begins to itch and rub almost until he draws blood. What did you do to me?
Nothing, Jacob. Just calm down. It's all going to be fine.
He like arches his back.
Can I, Rena? Can I shout? Can you go and get somebody?
Sure.
Wake.
She sprints across here just as she's about to cross the threshold, Tilly, with a 17 perception, you hear a scream.
A scream
Uh-huh.
from downstairs, or
No, from this direction.
sorry, I missed it.
Top of-
Oh,
Okay, that's
oh,
all.
from the top. Oh, okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I will shout. I will shout. Trouble! Get up and start running that way.
Okay. You run this way, and you see Rena, who says, something's wrong with Jacob.
Mir, Red, one of you get to Tisha, and I keep running north.
Okay, you're going to go this way?
Yeah.
Tisha, Red, Mir, what are you doing?
First thing I heard was run to Tisha, and the last thing before I went to bed was Tisha, holler at me if anything goes wrong. So I run straight over there.
Mm-hmm. So we'll go around here. Mir, what about you?
I'm going to stay put and listen at the door to see if I can hear anything from the basement.
Smart.
Oh, this is
Okay.
a horror story.
This is awful.
Tilly, as you run to where you heard the scream, you see a shirtless Sir Ailoran stood with a bloody saber, with a scar on his chest.
Oh.
Fuck
off! No!
Tisha, as Jacob writhes in pain, he reaches up to you, grabs you by the collar. What did you do to me?
I feel like Tisha would have, like, before that, had like her hands ready. But
Eldritch Blast.
This motherfucker.
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
But if that happens in the moment and he's like grabbing her, I think she would just try and like resist his, like, break off. I didn't do anything, that kind of thing.
As you like push him off and resist, he summons a black sword into his hand.
Oh, fuck's sakes.
Mia, you listen at the doorway. Just make a perception check. Given all the noise that's happening, I'm going to have you do it at disadvantage, and it's through a wall, obviously. So.
We're gonna sleep well tonight, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a 13, which gives me 19 altogether, please. That's my portent.
A 19 perception. You hear footsteps coming up from the basement.
Oh, of course she does.
And at that point, we're going to end the session.
Oh. Wow.
Oh.
So yeah, sorry to leave it on a cliffhanger, but we definitely wouldn't have had time for a fight even if we'd have started this 45 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So yeah, we got to it. Shall we say goodbye and then discuss the next session? And is that okay?
Absolutely. Till next time.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. See you next time on Bard College.